right now with the pitching staff. We're starting the second half pretty good. We finally got you know the pitching where we wanted it. I guess you can say we added a couple starters, got a couple bullpen guys in. Some of them guys kind of got some roles that they're starting to play into. So pitching staff is you know has 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 us very exciting for the second half for sure.
The question I get asked as I travel around the league, and I'm sure you get the same thing from your colleagues on the managerial side, is where did you come up with all these guys who throw 95 to 98?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not real sure where I got them. Some of them is played for me before. Some of them has remembered me from when I have tried to reach out to them in the years past, and some of them is from agents I know, or guys just looking for jobs in the, right after the new year in January and February for the season.
You took I think it was a little bit of a risk bringing back some of the guys from last year. The pitching wasn't very good last year. The team ERA hovered near 7 the bulk of the season. But we've seen some great improvement. At the top of the list, Niall Ball. He was solid last year, but he's really turned into something special.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely have. Last year was a year I haven't seen it. Has be down that much for the whole year. But this year is much better. And those guys that we had last year that we brought back, and we were kind of taking a chance on them to a point, but we saw some potential in them, and we saw some growth in them from last year. We liked what we saw from the mental state of mind to their mechanics, their delivery, and we just thought they had some upside. So we want to give them we think they deserve an opportunity to come back.
I suppose at the top of that list was Brent Teller, and he, in fact, got so good that Arizona couldn't resist.
Yeah, Brent, now, a couple from the draft league, a couple off the couch, and come in here and, pitch well. Teller comes in here and, has a span of, 3 or 4 really good outings, and, he's out of here. I guess all you can sit there and look at is, as long as you got a uniform, you got a chance, and you just never know who's watching. You never know who's watching and who's following.
And some guys that joined the ball club for the first time this year, Oscar De La Cruz, a AA, AAA guy. He's come in, jumped from the bullpen to the starting rotation. He's been a very solid starter.
He has, and like I said earlier, we just got we worked pretty hard to get that pitching staff like it is now. And we've done so much to try to get the progress that we needed to. I guess you want to say, from what we were to when you lose guys to keep bringing quality guys in. But De La Cruz to even some of these other ones that we got from a couple agents that we know they're very trustworthy in the agent, I guess you could say, from over the years past that, it gets it makes you believe in the agent and trust him. And for the most part, it has been solid, human beings and solid pitchers.
This season's been a matter of filling holes faster than PennDOT because every day you turn around, every time you turn around, somebody else is hurt, and you've got a roster spot you have to fill. And even here early in the second half, here it comes all over again, just when you thought, boy, this team's on a roll, and it has been, but now you've got more shoes to fill.
Well, it's about the second or third time it's happened, I want to say. Just when we got the team right, something else went down. Someone got hurt, something happened or whatever, and, it is tough. We just lost 3 really good bats, our home run leaders. You can average them all 3 up, and it's going to be a toll on us. We just got to find a way to, stay in there, until we can get them back. Hopefully, I think all of them is going to have a chance to be back. So, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how it goes.
two guys that have been available all year, and one has played every single game so far, and that's Andretti Cordero. But I also wanted to bring up Melvin Mercedes because they may not have made the first half Atlantic League All-Star team, but they're All-Stars.
They've been fantastic. They've been fantastic. Cordero, I've heard from before we even got him, several sources said they used the word rake, and they said he rakes, and he's a good guy, and he's come in and been great. He fit right into that role. He wants to learn. He comes ready to play every day. Melvin's Melvin. Melvin's awesome, fun to watch, as a second baseman, and, what's so fun to see him is, he started off on fire, and then he got really cold, and seeing him come on lately and the work he's put in is awesome to watch. So that's been, you think, what's he, 280 now? Something like that. So, he was 230 not too long ago.
His offense doesn't affect his defense. He can be cold at the plate. It doesn't, in any way, shape, or form, mold what he does on the field.
And he's our energy bug out there. You could tell when he was away for a week. You could see the energy in the team. But he's our energy bug, and he helps keep it going. And like I said, you can start to see the last couple weeks, 2.5 weeks or so, the guys are starting to groom with each other, and you could just see some of the people who some of the cliques are getting bigger, and they're starting to love on each other more and depend on each other more. So hopefully losing these three bats won't hurt us that much, and hopefully we can find some replacements that might not equal up to what we lost, but hopefully can come in and help us out in some kind of way.
Well, Ross, thanks for joining us. I know the fans have wanted to hear from you, so we thought we would sit down, do this interview, and get everybody caught up on what you're thinking and what the state of the ball club is.
Absolutely. Always. I enjoyed it always.
Manager Ross Peoples joining us. We'll be back with more after this. Well, welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium as the tarpaulin is being put away, and it always seems odd that you've had the field covered because of a heavy rainstorm, and then you roll the tarp up and they're spraying down the field with water, but it's a controlled, measured amount of water that is applied to the field at this point in time, and not leaving it up to the whims of Mother Nature. And if that field hadn't been covered, we would have not been playing tonight, I assure you. So the Barnstormers and the Charleston Dirty Birds will get baseball underway here tonight. Cameron Gann and Gavin Wyman are the scheduled starting pitchers. For the visiting Dirty Birds, it will be Nick Heath leading off in center. The second baseman, batting number 2, will be Jose Rosario. Nick Longy will bat third. He will be at first base. The cleanup hitter is Angel Beltre. It will be Alfredo Gonzalez batting fifth, playing third base. The shortstop hitting sixth is Diego Goris. It will be Anferni Seymour batting seventh. He will be in right field. The catcher is Jovan Gonzalez batting eighth, and Scott Burcham tonight will be the designated hitter, and he will bat ninth for Charleston. Gavin Wyman on the hill. He has no record and a 3.86 earned run average. He is going to start. It's basically a bullpen game for the Dirty Birds. And for the Lancaster Barnstormers, Sean Dunston Jr. will be leading off in center. The second baseman, batting number 2, is Melvin Mercedes. Andretti Cordero will bat third. It will be at first base. Trayvon Robinson is the cleanup hitter and right fielder. Anderson Felice is batting fifth tonight. He will move into the infield and play shortstop. The catcher making his Barnstormers debut tonight is Tyler Hill. Anthony Perrone will have DH duties here this evening. He will bat seventh. Trace Lair, the third baseman, is batting eighth. Devon Torrance with the start in left and batting ninth. Cameron Gann with the nod on the hill, trying to break out of a bit of a skid. He is 0-3 with an ERA of 8.75 over his last 4 starts after he had gone 4-3 and was pitching really well. He still ranks, though, among the Atlantic League leaders in strikeouts. Overall, Gann 4-6 with a 5.79 earned run average. It will still be a while before we have baseball here this evening. I haven't been given a set start time, but Cameron is just beginning to
loosen up down in the right field corner. So 6:30 is no longer achievable. I believe we're probably looking at a 6:45 or 6:50 start. So I'm going to turn the sound down for now. Thanks for joining us for our extended pregame show tonight with manager Ross Peoples. The video feed will stay up if you want to watch the proceedings as they groom the field and get ready for baseball tonight. I will rejoin you when it's about time for the first pitch. Welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium as the Barnstormers get set to take on the Charleston Dirty Birds in the second game of a 6-game series ultimately, with a break in the middle. We'll be off on Monday, and then these two clubs go back at it starting on Tuesday night. Of course, we have the Sunday matinee tomorrow. Lights are on under the overcast skies. It's probably not going to get any brighter than this here tonight, with clouds expected throughout the evening hours, but the rains are out of the area now, and we have baseball to come. Right now, we're going to turn you down to the field and our opening ceremonies.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And now, to honor our nation and its flag, and to perform our national anthem, please welcome Matt Stetler. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Job well done tonight on the Star-Spangled Banner, as well as God Bless America at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The Lancaster Barnstormers and Charleston Dirty Birds meeting up following the Dirty Birds' 8-4 victory here a night ago. Once again, their starting lineup has Nick Heath leading off in center. The second baseman batting number 2 is Jose Rosario. Nick Wongi is the first baseman batting third. The cleanup hitter is the left fielder Angel Beltre. It is Alfredo Gonzalez batting fifth at third base. The shortstop hitting sixth is Diego Goris. It's Anthony Seymour in right field. He is batting number 7. Jovan Gonzalez, the catcher, is in the 8th slot. Scott Burcham is Billy Horn's designated hitter tonight and batting 9th. Gavin Wyman will be on the hill for Charleston. The Barnstormers with Sean Dunston Jr. leading off in center. The second baseman batting number 2 is Melvin Mercedes. Andretti Cordero is hitting third at first base. The cleanup hitter is the right fielder Trayvon Robinson. Anderson Felice at shortstop batting 5th. The catcher in the number 6 slot is Tyler Hill. Anthony Peroni will be the DH batting 7th. The third baseman hitting 8th is Trace Lair. And in left field batting number 9 is Devon Torrance. Cameron Gann with the start 6-footer from Crandall, Texas, a former Arizona Diamondbacks farmhand, making his 16th start of the season. It has been a big K year for Gann. He has struck out 87 batters, including 12 in one start. 77 and 2/3 innings, 81 hits, 51 runs, 50 earned, and 31 walks. 4 and 6 the record, and a 5.79 earned run average. The Barnstormers on defense with Trace Lair at third. The big change tonight is that Anderson Felice gets the start at shortstop. Melvin Mercedes is at second, and Andretti Cordero over at first. Devon Torrance in left with Sean Dunston Jr. in center. Trayvon Robinson is the right fielder, and tonight Tyler Hill gets the nod behind the plate. Here is Nick Heath stepping in to get things underway tonight for the Dirty Birds. Heath is batting .245. He had a productive night last night, 3 for 5, including a double and a home run. 3 home runs for Heath on the season, 10 driven in. He's a left-handed batter the entire way. And with his presence in the box, Trace Lair, the third baseman, comes up on the grass. The first baseman, Cordero, just off of it. And Gann is low for a ball. It is 1-0. Again, the Barnstormers limited to just 10 position players. Gann works quickly, comes back, gets a swing and a miss with a fastball down low. And it is 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Heath. It's turned out to be a nice night here in Lancaster following that big storm that rolled through the area around 4 o'clock or so this afternoon. 2-1. It dumped a lot of rain on Clipper Magazine Stadium. You see some of the residual effects of the storm around the perimeter of the field. Swing and a miss. Gann jammed him inside. And it is 2-2 now on Nick Heath. Leadoff batter here in the first inning. The outfield is straight away. The infielders now move back at the corners. Here's the wind. Gann's 2-2 is off the inside corner for ball 3, a full count. John Lamontina calling balls and strikes here tonight. The first base umpire is Freddie DeJesus, and Silvio Martinez has moved over to third. Here's the payoff pitch. 3-2, and that is fouled back into the screen. So already shades of last night, where we saw an incredible number of 2-strike foul balls and a ball game that absorbed 3 hours, 41 minutes for 83 batters. So the average guy was at the plate for quite some time last night. Here is the payoff pitch, 3-2, fouled, and Hill can't quite collect it. Will continue. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gann working to Heath. Second baseman Jose Rosario waiting on deck. Cameron Gann, hard-throwing right-hander. He had been working in relief in the Arizona system. The Barnstormers converted him to the starting role late last year. He only made a couple of starts before getting hurt. Now 3-2. And Heath will pop this up, third base side, giving chase is Lair. He will not get to it. And the at-bat will head to pitch number 9. We had a couple of 11-12 pitch at-bats in the game a night ago. Light breeze blowing out. It's nothing that's going to really steer the baseball too much. 3-2, Gann ready to go once again to Heath. Ball 4 is high. And a well-earned leadoff base on balls for the Charleston center fielder. Now, the Barnstormers last night gave up 9 walks, committed 3 errors, allowed 4 home runs. There was a passed ball in the mix, and they still only lost by 4. So, obviously, the club did not have its best performance last night on a number of different fronts. But it wasn't a slaughter. They were in it, really, until that last home run by Alfredo Gonzalez in the top of the 9th inning. The batter is Jose Rosario. He starts, doesn't go. The pitch below the knees, and ball 1. So now 10 pitches from Cameron Gann. Half balls, half strikes, but he hasn't been able to retire a hitter. Rosario with a home run last night on almost a half swing. Got one up onto the deck. He was 2 for 3 in the game, scored a couple of runs. Throw to first, and hitting the deck is Heath, who's 13 for 13, stealing bases. A very efficient runner is Nick Heath. Infield sets up double play depth, and they're not looking for a bunt out of Rosario at all. 1 ball and nothing. Gann to the set. He will deal and miss inside. He falls behind 2-0. The 9 walks last night, it was pretty well spread out. The only pitcher who didn't walk at least 1 was Chase Johnson, and he ended up being the losing pitcher on an unearned run. Pass ball and an error in his inning. Throw to first. Diving back in is Heath once again. But everybody else walked at least one last night. The staff only struck out 5, which is extremely low for this group. 2 balls and nothing. Gann goes back to work, and the pitch is fouled into the net. 2 balls and a strike. And Charleston just put together at bats like this seemingly all night long, and they're doing it a second night in a row. They're able to fight off those pitches that the Barnstormers generally chalk up a lot more strikeouts with, and it's definitely worked for the Dirty Birds. They have had a great game plan against Barnstormers pitching the first couple of games of this series. Rosario bats 2-1. Gann, fastball up and in, sends the hitter scrambling. 3 balls and a strike, and the Barnstormers are in immediate peril here in the first inning. Well, this is a game where Charleston will, in all likelihood, lose the designated hitter. They planned it tonight. Burcham in the number 9 spot is the DH. Their starter is a bullpen guy, Gavin Wyman. He's probably coming out, I'm told, after maybe 50 pitches or so, 2-3 innings. And then the DH would be lost. But with the way this game has started, that could happen to the Barnstormers. Charleston in much better position to withstand that than Lancaster is. Here's a throw to first base at the bag. Matter of fact, a little bit low. Back in is Heath. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jose Rosario. We've already had a rain delay of better than 20 minutes before we could get tonight's game underway. Sluggish start here. Gann goes to work, 3-1 on Rosario, and he almost hits him there. He spun around, got out of the way. It's ball 4, and we have back-to-back walks to open up the ball game tonight. Nick Longy, the first baseman, will step in. Longy at .297 with 10 homers. He's driven in 40. And Gann has to find a way to consistently get the ball in the zone. And perhaps pitch to contact here. It's been balls and foul balls so far. And to Longy, high. It's ball 1. And it's not long before Mark Johnson takes a mound trip. He's up toward the top step. Gann, with his day being a little bit upset, shouldn't have been too much with the rain delay. But off to a tough start. There's a swing and a miss. He took a little bit off the fastball there. He is even with Longy at 1 ball and 1 strike. Longy, a Massachusetts native, big guy, 6'2" and 230 pounds. Listed as a left-handed batter, but he is a right-handed hitter. Runners take off. The 1-1 is fouled straight back. Looked like a good jump for Heath. But they will have to return, and Longy will bat at 1 ball and 2 strikes. An unproductive out here would be a wonderful thing for Cameron Gann, whether it's a strikeout or a pop-up perhaps. Wants to keep those runners at first and second. Longy last year was at AAA in the Colorado system, and Albuquerque hit .242 with 5 homers. Here is the 1-2 pitch. That's low, knocked down by Hill. Working count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Longy, and already a new supply of baseballs is requested by John Lamontina. 18 pitches thrown already. We're only on the 3rd batter of the game. Runners at first and second with nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the big right-handed hitter. Longy awaiting the 2-2. Here's the set, and it is low. 3-2. Here we are again. And Cameron Gann, after getting ahead of Longy at 1 ball and 2 strikes, is now 1 pitch from loading the bases with nobody out. And this is what the Barnstormers cannot afford right now on so many fronts. You can't lose the designated hitter under the double hook rule. The Barnstormers only have one guy available off the bench. There go the runners, and the pitch is drilled out the left field. Torrance is there for the catch, and we might have a play. The runners will try to return. Here's the throw by Felice in time for the double play on Jose Rosario. Well, the Barnstormers catch a break there, a hit and run, and the double play will go 7-6-3. Rosario was just about at one point past Nick Heath. A hit and run, the ball in the air, and Rosario, even though it was right in front of him, didn't pick it up. And when he did, he slipped and went down, still had to retouch second base, and he just got doubled up at first. 2 quick outs, a break for the Barnstormers with Heath left at second. And here is Angel Beltre, the left fielder, hitting .274. He will take a ball down low, 1-0. Well, that is an enormous break for the Barnstormers, and that's a situation where Gann needs to hop on it and get out of this inning quickly. Get his team up to the plate with some momentum still there. 1 ball, no strikes. Gann to the plate, and he is low again. It is ball 2 and no strikes. Walks typically haven't been a huge issue for Gann, but tonight he's really struggling. I don't know if it has something to do with working with Tyler Hill for the first time. He did walk 5 the last time out, though. His general average is 3.5, 3.6 per 9 innings. To Beltre, here's the 2-0. Off-speed pitch across, and it is now 2-1. Heath leading from second base. Felice close enough where he could dart over. He's shadowing him. Now an off-speed pitch again. That is outside. 3 balls and a strike. And looming on deck is Alfredo Gonzalez, a guy the Barnstormers never retired in last night's game. Hill will set the target. Here's the 3-1. Fouled back into the twines. We go to 3-2. Great relay throw from Anderson Felice. Back to Cordero to double up Rosario. Three balls, 2 strikes to Beltre. Fans get into it here. Gann comes set, and the payoff pitch popped up behind second base. Mercedes waving for it. He's got it. And a great escape for Gann and the Barnstormers here in the top half of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and only 1 runner was left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning with the score, Charleston 0, and the Lancaster Barnstormers stepping in.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Making the start tonight for Charleston is right-hander Gavin Wyman, 6'3", 197-pound, 25-year-old from Bridgewater, Massachusetts. He went to college at Towson University in Maryland. Last year he pitched in the Pioneer League, which used to be an affiliated league. It's now a Major League Baseball Partner League. He was at Ogden, Utah with the Raptors. 2-3, 9.14 earned run average. It's been a couple of years in the United Shore League prior to that. And then he opened this year as a High Point Rocker, 6 appearances there. With now a total of 13, all in relief. He has pitched in longer relief, though, 21 innings. He's given up 21 hits, just 9 earned runs. He's walked 7, struck out 9. And Billy Horn trying to see just how far he can go. Sean Dunston Jr. leads off for the Barnstormers, 314 hitter with 11 runs batted in, an electric base runner. Here is the pitch, and Dunston will take a strike. It is 0-1. Sean Dunston Jr. very adept at taking a lot of pitches early in the game, especially against a pitcher the Barnstormers have not seen before. Here he chops the 0-1 pitch toward the middle. Backhanded snap by the second baseman, Rosario. He will throw out Dunston, and it's just a 2-pitch at bat leading off tonight. That brings on Melvin Mercedes, the Lancaster second baseman, who steps into tonight on a 13-game hitting streak. It is the second longest streak for the Barnstormers on the year. He is 19 out of 49 in the streak, batting .388 and .282 overall with 5 homers. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the first inning, no score. And to Mercedes, a strike on the inside corner. It's 0-1, so Wyman doing what Gann could not, and that's establish the strike zone early. Cameron Gann getting a break and then taking advantage of it to get out of the inning. Now to Mercedes, it slips past the inside corner. And the count squares up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Andretti Cordero, the first baseman, waiting on deck. Wyman trying to throw strikes. He'd love to be able to get his ball club through 5 innings. He misses to Melvin. And it is 2 balls and 1 strike. Mercedes tops on the Barnstormers in drawing the base on balls. He's now tied for 3rd in the league at 51. Here's the 2-1. Mercedes will see ball 3. And a chance for the Lancaster second baseman to get on base. And he's only 1 shy of second, which is Connor Shaw from the Genomes. Nelly Rodriguez tops in the league at 65. And I don't know if you saw it, York re-signed Telvin Nash. So they're loaded for bear. Called strike. It is 3-2. The Barnstormers are up by 4 over the Revs here in the second half. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Mercedes with 1 out, nobody on base. Wyman into his motion, and the payoff pitch is ball 4 inside. There's number 52 for Melvin Mercedes. So the hitting streak has not been extended yet. And unfortunately, it's not a longer on-base streak because back on July 2 against Staten Island, Mercedes had a game where he struck out twice and had 2 sac flies. Well, that interrupts an on-base streak. Cordero, the batter, at .316 with 9 homers. He's knocked in 64. Mercedes leads from first. The pitch to Cordero, ground ball toward the middle. Diving try by Garis comes up short. Mercedes rounds second and holds there. Cordero with his nightly base hit. He tends to pick up at least 1. That for Cordero, his league-leading 99th hit of the season. Trayvon Robinson will step in. The Barnstormers have runners at first and second with just 1 out. Wyman has gotten a couple of ground balls already. He would love a 3rd one to get out of the inning. The Dirty Birds kept Robinson in check last night. He was 0 for 3 with a walk. He'd been red hot prior to that. First pitch, a strike across the letters. It's 0-1. Anderson Felice, the left-handed batting shortstop, waits on deck. Mercedes and Cordero, the runners here in the first inning. Barnstormers top 3, very strong at getting on base. Mercedes bobbing around off second, doesn't distract the pitcher. Robinson lofts a fly ball out to the hillside. He trails 2 strikes against Wyman. He is 25 years of age. He turned 25 back in February, did Gavin Wyman. Trayvon Robinson turns 35 on the 1st of September. No balls, 2 strikes. Mercedes and Cordero take their leads. The set, the pitch, and Robinson gets rung up, strike 3 on the inside corner. So the RBI tear that Trayvon had been on coming into this series has been cut short. He's now 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position here against Charleston. 2 outs, 2 on, and now it is up to the shortstop, Anderson Felice. He was 0 for 4 in last night's game. The Barnstormers did not have a hit from 4 through 6 in the batting order last night. 2 outs, 2 on. Here is the set and the offering to Felice. He skies this to shallow left center field. This is easily playable. It will be the left fielder Beltre making the catch, and Wyman pitches his way through the first inning and did not use up a lot of arm. No runs on a hit with no errors, and the Barnstormers strand a pair. We're at the end of an inning. It is scoreless here in Lancaster.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
I see a few umbrellas open down in the crowd and some other folks heading up above. It may indicate that there is some kind of a sprinkle going on. It's not visible from where I sit. We thought we were out of the woods. No score. We go to the top of the second inning, and Alfredo Gonzalez will lead things off. What a night he had last night. 2 home runs, a single, a couple of walks. He scored 3 and drove in 5. He was certainly the catalyst toward the Charleston win last night. Gonzalez, and then the man on deck would be Diego Goris. Gonzalez, Venezuela native, short period of time in the major leagues. He is 30 years and 3 days old. Right-handed stick, and as we discovered last night, a very good one. No score into the second inning as Gonzalez steps into the batter's box. Gann into his windup and the pitch. First one across for a strike. It is 0-1. Gann able to settle down with the good fortune on that hit and run double play. He got Beltre on the pop-up to get out of any further danger in the first inning, the residual danger. Next offering, below the knees, and Gonzalez bats at 1-1. Diego Goris is on deck, and then Anthony Seymour. Seymour, a switch hitter. He'll be in from the left side. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gonzalez. The kick by Gann. He twists his breaking ball off the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike, and Gann has not been solid with his control in the early going. And again, the Barnstormers had trouble throwing strikes last night. And it hadn't been that much of an issue recently. Off the hands and foul. That will settle into the screen just above the Barnstormers dugout over on the first base side. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Gonzalez. Lexington and Gastonia were able to finish up a suspended game today with Gastonia winning 4-1, so they're still unbeaten, but Lexington does lead the regularly scheduled game, which should go 9. Foul ball back, and it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. They're already in the bottom of the 4th with the Legends leading by the score of 2-1. This has been an amazing season for both Southern Maryland and Gastonia. It's reminiscent of 2013 with Sugar Land and Somerset, and they were both in the same division, ours. Here's a 2-2, and ball 3 is below the knees. Gann hasn't been inside-outside as much as he's been high-low, and from that over-the-top, straight over-the-top delivery, he comes right from 12 o'clock. That is often what happens. So it's another full count. 3-2 on Alfredo Gonzalez. He swings and misses, but the ball gets through Tyler Hill. Hill will fire it to first base, but that is late. The ball trickling through to Mercedes backing up. Will apply the tag on Gonzalez in hope. So it's a strikeout for Gann. His first of the night and 88th of the season. And we'll get the ruling as to whether that's a wild pitch or a passed ball. And it is charged as a wild pitch to Gann. So Gonzalez still hasn't been retired, though that will count against him statistically. Here's Diego Gariz batting for the first time in this series, 252 hitter with a homer and 14 knocked in. Gann is low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Infield, double play depth to Gariz. There's a sharp ground ball, foul past the third base coach's box. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Gann having to deal with a leadoff base runner again because of a control issue. He's already at 35 pitches for the game. Wyman threw only 13 in that first inning. Throw goes to first, and diving back is Gonzalez. Catcher, third baseman, but boy, can he run. 9 stolen bases for him on the year. Outfielders set straight away. Lair playing close to the line over at third. 1-1. Runner holds. The pitch to Gariz is pulled foul down the left side. That will find its way to the hill, and one of our fans slides down the hill trying to make the grab. He went all the way down, and I hope he's all right. He slid all the way to the fence, started at the top of the hill. Summertime sledding at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It can be a thing, but I would advise against it. That fence comes up pretty quickly. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count to Gariz. Gonzalez leading from first. Here's the set and the pitch. This time it's knocked foul toward the broken bat deck and right off the rooftop. Gariz still batting at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infielder from Santiago in the Dominican Republic. Batting with a runner at first base. Nobody out. The count is 1-2. Gariz originally signed with the Pirates all the way back in 2008 as a youngster. There goes Gonzalez, pitches high. Hill's throw is going to be low. It bounces away from Mercedes, but there to back up is Felice, a stolen base. 2-2, the count on Gariz with a runner at second and nobody out. Garice has been around. He's been to AAA with the Padres. He also played briefly in the Kansas City system. A lot of winter ball stops. Here's a 2-2 pitch, pulled foul on the ground. This is what Charleston has done this entire series. They get to 2 strikes, try getting the third one. It has been quite the chore. And the Barnstormers are not at all used to this. They're used to the strikeouts coming in rapid fire succession. 2-2. Again to Garice. Gann fires. It's outside and low. 3-2. But this is as much Charleston as it is Gann. He's not throwing a ball every pitch, but they continue to fight off 2-strike pitches. They've done it this entire series, and not that many teams do. We talk about, you look at the Barnstormers, their whip and then their strikeout ratio. This is an amazing staff that Charleston has somehow found a way around it. Not there, a swing and a miss at the high heat. Garice goes down, second strikeout for Gann, second in a row. And now the switch hitting, and Fernie Seymour will step in. Seymour, the right fielder, batting .243 with a couple of homers and 19 runs batted in. Thanks to Tom Arnold for sitting in here with me last night. Good to see Tom and spend some time with him. Gonzalez leading from second here. Seymour stands in. Gonzalez stumbles. He got an early start, too early, and it makes a false start for third, and they run into an out on the bases for the second inning in a row. That one will go 1-5-6 as Gonzalez is thrown out trying to steal. And again, a very positive turn of events for the Lancaster Barnstormers. He went too soon, realized his mistake, and lost his footing briefly. He was a goner. Seymour is yet to see a pitch. 2 outs and nobody on. The delivery here is a strike on the outside corner. Gann gets started at 0-1. Right-hander comes back quickly, fires. That is just low, but he went too far, says Silvio Martinez. And Seymour bats at 0-2. He's given a fair amount of room in right center. Dunston cheating toward left center, and over it toward the line is Devon Torrance. The pitch fouled back to the screen. Here we are again, another 2-strike foul ball off a pretty good high heater from Gann. Scoreless ball game here in the second inning. Gann peering in, getting the sign from his new battery mate, Tyler Hill. The motion, and it's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. He strikes out 3. You can't necessarily say the side so easily, but he does strike out the 3 batters that he faces in the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. A mistake by the Barnstormers on the 3rd strike wild pitch, and then that's negated by the base running blunder for the Charleston Dirty Birds. We're through 1.5 here in Lancaster, and there is no score.
Sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus Hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Home half of the second inning, and we'll get our first look at Tyler Hill batting as a Barnstormer. Last year, Tyler backed up in York. He was there with Lenine Rodriguez and Carlos Castro when Castro was there. 252 with a couple of home runs, 7 doubles, a triple. He drove in 25. Right-handed hitter from the state of Ohio, from actually, or if you will, sister city of Lancaster, Ohio. The first pitch brought across for a strike from Wyman. It is 0-1 on Hill, who spent some time with the Empire State Travel Squad in the Frontier League as well. 0-1. Wyman is high. It's 1-1. Anthony Peroni on deck, and then Trace Lair. Barnstormers looking for ways to, if you want to consider it, beef up the lineup, but definitely beef up the roster. You've got to have more than one guy on the bench. To Hill, here's the 1-1. Fouled to the right side. It's 1-2. And right now, the player on the bench is Jake Hoover. Ross has been trying to give certain people nights off or at least let them DH. But you don't have any moves for later on in the ball game. 1-2 to Hill. Wyman ready to go. That is slung off the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wyman gave up a base hit on a ground ball in the first inning. Cordero had that. He also walked Mercedes. Those are 2 pretty common events, walking Mercedes and giving up a single to Cordero. That happens a lot in the first inning. Tyler Hill up there at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Wyman into the line. The 2-2 pitch is fouled back to the net. And we'll continue at 2-2. No score here in the bottom of the second. Gann has had to stare down 3 base runners already, but no hits for the Dirty Birds. 2 walks and a drop third strike. Here's a 2-2. Fastball upstairs. Well, Hill nicely working the count as well. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Officially, the rain delay was 27 minutes before we got going here tonight. 3-2, ground ball right side, and Rosario seemed to be headed toward the middle on it, and Hill will get a base hit. That was a puzzling play by the second baseman, Jose Rosario. He appeared to be headed toward the middle, and the ground ball was hit past him. That actually looked like a hit and run. The problem was there was no run because Hill was leading off the inning. But if you wanted to see an absolutely perfect hit and run executed, you just saw it. The only thing was there was no base run. What a weird play. Anyway, here's Peroni batting 186. That's on the rise. He has a home run, 11 driven in. Breaking ball there for a called strike, 0-1. By the end of last night, it looked like he needed a break from behind the plate, and Peroni gets that tonight in simply as the DH. He had caught 4 in a row, all the games this week. He took 3 straight called third strikes last night and was also guilty of a passed ball in the late innings that ultimately led to the go-ahead run. Barnstormers with a man on. Peroni stands in at a ball and a strike. He had a double and scored a run his first trip. And the pitch here, line drive, that is snagged by Rosario. He'll fire back to first. So the harder hit ball is played by Jose Rosario. Very nice catch after a strange play on Hill, and it's 1 out, 1 on. That was a great piece of hitting by Anthony Peroni. And if that ball clears Rosario, there's a decent chance the Barnstormers have runners at first and third, depending on how the outfielders cut that one off in the alley. And Hill does not have a reputation of being the fastest guy going, but still, that could have been in the right spot. Here is Lair, who's swung the bat very well here the past couple of nights. He'll take a ball upstairs. It is 1-0. Trace up to 223 now with a couple of homers and 16 driven in. He has 5 hits in the last 2 games, and he's 9 out of 21 in the last 7. 1 out, 1 on. Hill out to a very moderate lead, and Lair will take a strike. The count levels at 1 each. Devon Torrance, the Barnstormers left fielder, waits on deck. No score, bottom half of the second inning. Lancaster last scored a run when Lair and Dunston put together a pair of doubles in the 4th inning last night. Here's a 1-1. Trace will watch that off the inside corner for ball 2. Now 2 balls and a strike. The Barnstormers managed only 1 hit in the last 5 1/3 innings of last night's game. It was a single by Cordero in the 7th inning. Again, Hill leads. Lair bats 2-1. Wyman is off the inside corner, forcing Lair out of the box. 3 balls and a strike. Decent turnout tonight. I wonder what it would have been had it not been for the afternoon rains. It hurts your walk-up by probably 500 to 1,000 folks. 3 balls, 1 strike. Lair in a good position here. The pitch to him is ball 4, and Lancaster has yet another base runner. Wyman walks his second. Hill advances. Lair joins him on the bases. Trace on base. 8 out of his last 9 plate appearances. Enjoying a bit of a hot streak. Torrance stands in 170 with 7 runs batted, and he has 5 doubles. They generally are very well timed. Wyman to the set, and Torrance will take ball 1 high and outside. Lancaster with runners at first and second with 1 out for the 2nd straight inning. Trying to deliver here. Hill and Lair take their leads to Torrance. High pop fly foul out of play down the left side. 1-1. Devon giving this club speed and defense. And right now getting a chance to play every day, an opportunity he has relished. He's trying to make the most of it. 1-1. Wyman out of the stretch, brings it home, and that is ball 2. Torrance gains an advantage. He is in at 2 balls, 1 strike. Torrance, since coming back, is 3 out of 16. A couple of stolen bases, a double, a couple of runs batted in. 2-1 to him. Wyman will deliver. Ball 3 is high. And, of course, the game-winning RBI on Wednesday. So when you talk about people involved in that now, I suppose, world-famous play, at least in the baseball world. Devon Torrance had his 15 minutes of fame, as I suppose did I. Logan Morrison's had a lot more than that. Here's a 3-1. Torrance will also get a walk, and Dunston will step in with the bases loaded. Fifth walk we have seen here tonight. Billy Horn is out to have a chat with Gavin Wyman. Lancaster with the sacks full and Dunston stepping in. Sean grounded out his first time up here tonight. Last night we had 14 walks, 13 strikeouts in the game, and tonight it is 5-4. So pitching efficiency has not necessarily been of the essence. Bases loaded. Dunston, of course, can be difficult to double up. Sean stepping in with Hill at third, Lair at second, and Torrance, the runner at first base. He is 0 for 4 with the bases loaded. Has been well documented. It's not necessarily this club's strongest suit, batting with the bases loaded. And to Dunston, he swings away and drills a ball out to right field. That will be played by Seymour toward the track. The first two runners are going to tag. Coming home is Hill, and Dunston with the sacrifice fly on a liner to deep right puts the Barnstormers in the lead by 1. That will bring on Melvin Mercedes, who walked his first time up. Now, Lancaster gets on the board first here tonight. Sean Dunston Jr. was only a few feet short of a ball hitting the right field wall, and that really would have changed the complexion of this inning. Mercedes now will have to pick up a base hit. Lair is at third. Torrance remained at first. Here's the pitch to Melvin. Adds a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Runners lead off the corners. I wonder if Torrance will be taking off at some point here. And there he goes. The pitch is outside, and they will only bluff to second. Gavin Gonzalez holding on to the ball. That will give Torrance his 8th steal. Melvin Mercedes can drive in 2 with a base hit. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Lancaster second baseman. Torrance with a steal 3 times in the last 4 games now. It's 1-1. Fastball high and outside, 2 balls and a strike. Gonzalez bluffing the throw, hoping that Lair would get a false start off third base. That is a chess game in itself, the first and third running situation. Mercedes batting at 2-1, and Melvin hits the ball well to right center field. Chasing back on this is Heath. He'll glove it, though, as he approaches the track, and the Barnstormers put together a pretty good effort. A couple of well-hit balls, but both dying toward the track, and Wyman is out of the inning, giving up just 1 on 1 hit, no errors, and Lancaster leaves 2. We'll go to the 3rd inning. The Barnstormers have the early lead tonight by the score of 1-0.
We're going to go to the board, and we're going to see what the options are.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. They'll built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauers will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauers in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
Cameron Gann to face the Charleston Dirty Birds. As we go to the top of the third inning, Jovan Gonzalez, Scott Burcham, and Nick Heath scheduled to step in. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Charleston batting order. Taking a look at the other action around the Atlantic League so far tonight. Again, in the completion of a suspended game from last night, they had a power outage at Caramount Health Park. So they wrapped it up today. Gastonia with the win 4-1, and now the Honey Hunters lead game 2, 3-2 in the top half of the 6th inning. Staten Island with a 3-2 edge at York. Fastball for a strike. It is 0-1 on Gonzalez. They're in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and Southern Maryland 3-1 over High Point in the top of the 5th. No score. Long Island at Wild Health in the 4th inning. Fouled away. Off to the right, Gann works ahead of Gonzalez, 0-2. Cameron seems to finally have found a rhythm out there tonight after a long first inning that started off with back-to-back walks. There's a pitch, popped up behind first base, going back into foul territory. Cordero, who makes a basket catch while on the move. Gonzalez out on the foul pop-up, and now 6 in a row retired by Gann. It's a lot smoother for him at the moment. Scott Burcham will step in. Again, he's the designated hitter. Charleston already has action. The right-hander warming up in the bullpen. This is a bullpen day. Billy Horn told us that before the start of the series. So Burcham may be seeing his one and only plate appearance tonight. He'll definitely want to make the most of it. Ball 1 is low to him from Gann. 1 ball and no strikes. The next offering, again, below the knees. It's 2-0. Gann with 3 strikeouts tonight, 90 for the season. Works 2-0. This is popped up. Hill starting after it, but it's into the crowd. 2-1. Oh, Cameron started the night 10 behind the league leader Jorge Martinez from York, and 1 behind Southern Maryland's Mitch Lamson. Eli Villanueva and Darrell Thompson are the other 2 in the top 5. We'll track Gann as he climbs the Barnstormers ladder, assuming he stays in the rotation all year. The franchise record 140, set by John Anderson. 3-1 now on Scott Burcham. Nick Heath waits on deck. Gann brings it home and gets a swing and I think he tipped that foul. 3-2 on Burcham, who started the year at Southern Maryland. I was trying to place the name when I was looking up Charleston, and that was it. We saw him in spring training. This ball is pounded to right center field. Going back is Dunston. Sean will be there on the track. 2 outs, and Heath will step to the plate. There's no air movement at all here. And that's now 3 balls hit by guys who don't generally wield a lot of power, but that other nights might have gotten to the wall or beyond, that have come up several feet short. Heath, for my money, hit the longest of the home runs, or at least the one last night that got the furthest past the outfield wall. He caught a hold of a Josh Graham pitch in the 8th inning. First homer all year hit off Josh in some 28 or so innings of work. Breaking ball is inside to Heath. It is 1-1. Chopper right side of the infield. Gann will let it go through to Cordero. Cordero applies the tag. That play nearly didn't work for the Barnstormers. Gann raced after the ball and then let the ball go through to Andretti. Gann headed for the bag. The 3 bodies, Cordero, Gann, and Heath all arriving near the same point at the same time. Ultimately, the play goes 3 unassisted. Shutout inning, a 1-2-3 inning for Cameron Gann here in the third. We're through 2.5, and the Barnstormers are up by the score of 1-0.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The Charleston Dirty Birds go to the bullpen and bring on right-hander Courtney Mack. He is 6'4", 210 pounds, out of Charlotte, North Carolina, and 29 years of age. Mack just activated by this Charleston ball club. He'll be facing Cordero, Robinson, and Felice in this third inning. Right-hander's first pitch is stung to short. A line drive that's misplayed by Garis, and Cordero is on at first. We'll get a ruling on that play. It was a line drive. It's going to be an error charged to the shortstop Garis. It was a line drive just to his left, hit his glove, and it looked like it deflected off the heel. Well, the Barnstormers with the runner on to start off the third inning. Trayvon Robinson will come to the plate. Robinson struck out looking back in the first inning. Mack has to deal with Cordero. He has just a couple of stolen bases on the year. To Robinson, outside and low, and mishandled briefly by Gavin Gonzalez. Mack has not done much professionally. He made one start for the Genomes, and through 5 innings, giving up only 1 hit. Ground ball right side, skipping over the glove of Rosario, and a base hit for Robinson. Lancaster putting runners at first and second with nobody out. Anderson Felice will come to the plate. Lancaster already up 1-0. Gavin Wyman, the starter, worked 2 innings. He gave up 2 hits and a run with 3 walks and 1 strikeout. That is the only professional start for Courtney Mack at the age of 29, was the one he made for Wild Health. Felice fly to left his first time up. He's got 2 runners on ahead. Cordero leads off second, Robinson off first. Felice squares around a bunt, but he fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. A 1-run Lancaster lead on the bases-loaded sacrifice fly for Sean Dunston Jr. last inning, as he picked up his 12th RBI of the year. One strike to Felice. Mack to the set. Here's the pitch, and it's a fastball wide of the zone. We are at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball 2, tailing away from the plate. That looked like a 2-seamer. And that kind of action to it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners take their leads. The pitch is popped up by Felice. The shortstop backpedaling. Grease is there. He will make the catch. Infield fly was in force anyhow. That brings on Tyler Hill, the catcher. He singled into right and scored the run last inning. This lineup is so banged up, and they were still producing a lot of runs the first few innings, or first few games after everybody went down. But the concern always has to be that that will cease. Upstairs to Hill, ball 1. Unless you get other guys producing. Trace Lair, you like the way things are going for him right now. Hill batting with Peroni on deck. The set, 1-0 pitch. He started after that and did not go, says Freddie DeJesus. 2 balls, no strikes to Tyler Hill. Barnstormers will take another walk here to load the bases. They would prefer some kind of base hit. And now Hill goes down the right field line. That is a foul ball, says Freddie DeJesus. And foul by not much. One ball, 2 strikes. The Barnstormers just missing a run or two. Cordero led off with a liner that was misplayed by the shortstop Garice. Robinson with a seeing eye single into right. Here's a 2-1 pitch, ground ball to third. This could be 2, but it's misplayed. Here's a long throw across the diamond, and enough arm for Alberto Gonzalez still to get Tyler Hill. But he missed the chance to turn 2. Peroni will bat with Cordero at third and Robinson at second. Ball came up off the chest of Alberto Gonzalez. He still had the wherewithal to get the out at first base against a catcher running. The start for Mack for the Genomes, by the way, was not that long ago. It was on the 4th of July against the Lexington Legends. To Peroni, bouncing ball, foul, handled by Ross Peoples in the coach's box at third. It is 0-1. Lancaster tonight 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Peroni trying to solve that. He lined out a nice play made by the second baseman Rosario back in inning 2. 1-0 Lancaster. 1 strike pitch is up. Lair waits on deck for the Barnstormers. Lancaster's had, in some combination, first and second with 1 out in every inning so far. Looking for the big hit. 1-1, Peroni with a fly ball to center. In his tracks is Heath to make the catch. And Lancaster still can't get that big hit going. No runs on 1 hit with 1 error. And again, third straight inning, the club leaves 2. And at the end of 3, the Barnstormers are up by the 1-0 score.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
For the Barnstormers so far tonight, 1 run on 3 hits with no errors and 6 runners left on base. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Cameron Gann takes us into the 4th inning. You may have heard the line totals and think that he has breezed through 3, but not necessarily true. He's had some control issues with a couple of walks and a wild pitch. But the Dirty Birds have run themselves out of 2 innings. They have lost 2 of the 3 base runners they've had in this game. Now here is Jose Rosario. He drew 1 of the walks back in the 1st. Gann starts him off high with a breaking ball. It is 1-0. Both teams have failed to come up with the big hit tonight. Fouled into the padding. 1-1 on Rosario. Charleston's 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. And their chances were early. Gann has retired 5 hitters in a row. To Rosario, 1-1 pitch. That is ball 2 down low. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Barnstormers, for the foreseeable future, likely to play a lot of games like this. Here's a 2-1. Strike at the knees. Slight hesitation, it appeared, on the part of John Lamantina before ringing that one up. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, which is a much better position for Gann. To Rosario, 2-2. Line drive and a fair ball headed into the right field corner. Chasing it down is Robinson. Rosario will park at second with a leadoff double. Boy, that was a nice piece of hitting. Rosario going the other way. And that ball hit well enough that it didn't fade. It stayed inside the line. You've got a runner at second. Nick Longy, the first baseman, will come to the plate. He lined into a double play. A line drive out to the left fielder, Torrance. That Rosario was around second base when that ball was caught, and he had some issues getting back. Runner at second, and Hill and Gann will get together on signals. Lamantina out there. He will, I believe, wave off the timeout. He does. But it's a runner in scoring position for the 3rd time for Charleston tonight with nobody out in an inning. Lancaster leading 1-0 here in the top half of the 4th. Barnstormers playing without 3 of their 4 guys in the middle of the order. 2 fairly significant injuries, as it has turned out, and 1 contract purchased. And it's really tough to put a lineup back together with such major pieces missing. Gann spins around, looks Rosario back. Longy looking for his first hit of the series. He's gone 0 for 4 so far. Gann to the plate. Across at the knees for strike 1. DH spot won't come up for a while for the Dirty Birds. Swing and a miss. He chased that one pretty badly. 2 strikes on Longy with the left-handed batting Beltre waiting on deck, and then the guy that has tortured our souls here this weekend, Alfredo Gonzalez. No balls, 2 strikes. Gann taking his time. Again, he's working with a brand new battery made in Tyler Hill. The 0-2, and that is also taken down the right field line, headed for the corner. We're going to have a tie ball game. Longy will sprint towards second, and he will make it in with another double. 2 hitters in a row going down the right field line with 2 strikes against Cameron Gann, and the ball game is tied at 1. Well, it's a situation there as we watch Rosario come limping off the field, and we'll have to watch for a defensive change perhaps. That will bring on Beltre, the left fielder, and this could also be a case of Hill working with Gann for the first time and not changing the scheme the second time through the batting order. But almost identical doubles with 2 strikes in the count. Now the left-handed batting Beltre stands in, and he takes a ball. It is 1-0. Hill may not quite know exactly what Gann has to go to in that situation, but Charleston threatens to take the lead here in the 4th inning. Beltre, a big swing and a miss. 1-1. The Barnstormers' 11-game home winning streak ended last night. The club looking to rebuild one here this evening. The Beltre swing and a miss. It's 1-2 as Gann starts to weave in some breaking balls against the left-handed hitting cleanup guy. Longy, the runner at second base. He's hit the ball well both times tonight, but Torrance got in the way of the first one. Beltre digging in, 1-2. Hill setting the target. Gann peers in. He has the sign. And here's the 1-2. Strike 3 on the outside corner, and Beltre stands there saying, no, it wasn't. That was outside, sir. But he's not going to change John Lamentina's mind. He realizes that and walks off. That's a big first out for Cameron tonight. Now Alfredo Gonzalez will come to the plate. He struck out but reached on a wild pitch back in the 2nd inning, then stole second and tried to steal third, but he left too soon. And Gann stepped off, got him in the rundown. 1 out with Longy still at second base. 1-1 our score here in the 4th inning. Gann serves a strike in there, ahead of Gonzalez at 0-1. Lair, Torrance, and Dunston, the scheduled hitters in the bottom of the inning. 0-1, that's also a strike, and Gonzalez can't believe it. But Gann starting to locate the right level. Early in this game, he was riding high-low, and when he's having control difficulties, that will be the issue. But now he seems pretty well zeroed in. 2 strikes to Alfredo Gonzalez. Guard the right side. It's what they've been doing here in this 4th inning from the right side of the plate. 2 balls taken down the right field line. Gann will go to work. Here's the 0-2, and that is in the dirt outside. I think that was a good approach, though, as long as you trust Hill to block it, which he did. Because you would think Gonzalez might have also been looking for a pitch to drive down the right field line, and he could have chased that one out of the zone in his efforts to do so. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, the other option, of course, is to try and tie him up inside here. The 1-2 from Gann, fouled back, and that was the plan with that fastball. Gonzalez, who's been hot at the plate in this series, able to fight it off. He stays alive with a count of 1-2. Gann has given up 2 hits, 2 walks. He now has 4 strikeouts tonight. That gives him 91 for the season. And he's done that in 81 innings, so you can get an idea of the slightly over 10 strikeouts per 9 innings rate. Alfredo Gonzalez right on top of the plate, bats 1-2. There's a ground ball toward the middle. Felice will get there. He looks at the runner, fires across, and gets Gonzalez. Longy advances to third. Alfredo Gonzalez is finally out at first base. 2 outs with Longy at third, and Diego Gariz will come to the plate. The shortstop struck out. He went down swinging back in the 2nd inning. Storms out of the area. We're good to go here tonight. Barnstormers and the Charleston Dirty Birds continue to play under cloudy skies. We're seeing a little bit more brightness out toward our west. They got hit fairly hard over in York today as well, but they got their game going. And we appreciate folks who check with us and ask that the game is still on, whether or not it is. Foul ball back, it is 0-1. But the general rule with the stadiums designed as they are, and we have field coverings, and in a few cases in the Atlantic League, 4 of our ballparks have artificial turf. You can just vacuum the water off of that. But where we are here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have the field covering, and the stadium is designed to drain the water off. Popped up to shallow center. This is Melvin Mercedes taking charge. He handles it. And Gann, after the back-to-back doubles, pitches himself out of trouble from there. It's a run, 2 hits with no errors and 1 man left on base. Good recovery for Gann. Here in the 4th inning, he keeps us tied. We're through 3.5, and it is 1-1.
The sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
Right-hander Courtney Mack works into his 2nd inning. Lair, Torrance, and Dunston will all face him from the left side of the plate. Torrance, the one switch hitter in the mix. 1-1 is our score. Lancaster with 3 singles, 1 in each inning. And the Barnstormers have also drawn 3 walks tonight and had the benefit of an error. Whereas it was a pair of doubles producing the run for Charleston. They've also drawn a couple of walks that ended up meaning nothing, except for a lot of wear and tear on Gann's arm back in the 1st inning. But Cameron's become far more efficient through the last 3 innings. Mack in his 2nd inning of work, and he will deliver inside and low to Lair for a ball and no strikes. Courtney Mack, one of the success stories of the California Winter League. He played for, get this is kind of funny, the Manitoba North Stars. They don't play in Manitoba in the winter, trust me. That league goes until February. It's not long, it's just a few weeks. He appeared quite a bit. He didn't get there until January 23rd. And also was a position player out there, so a little more of that than actually pitching. He walks Lair on 4 pitches. Now Trace is on for the 9th time in 10 plate appearances. Leadoff man on for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Devon Torrance will step in. You could see him bunt the way this game is going. On the other hand, the Barnstormers have had runners at first and second every inning so far with 1 out. Maybe they can get first and second with nobody out here, perhaps. Maybe. That actually happened last inning, and they didn't do anything with it. Strike taken. Torrance bats at 0-1. We saw no sign of a bunt. Mack only pitched once in that winter league, and it didn't go well for him. There goes Lair. The pitch is taken. The throw down is not in time. Trace Lair able to get in. That was a close play, certainly. Over at second, Goris applying the tag. Lair is 7 for 7. Had to wait with my breath held on that one. But Devon Torrance bats at a ball and a strike. 3 chances now to get Lair home from scoring position. Mack comes to the set. Torrance shortened a bunt there and then took ball 2. High and outside. It is 2-1. Dunston waits on deck. Lancaster 1, Charleston 1. This has not been necessarily the most well-played of series. We've seen a lot of walks here. 2-1. That's outside to Devon. 3 balls and a strike. Barnstormers have already picked up 4 walks in this game, and Devon could be working on a 5th one. Mack looking back to Lair, and he is outside. Devon walks as well. The 8 and 9 hitters have both walked twice tonight. Sean Dunston Jr. will come to the plate with Lair and Torrance already aboard, and this gives manager Ross Peoples a lot of options as to what to do with his offense right now. He's got an entire menu in front of him. Lair aboard at second. Torrance is on at first. And again, 4th straight inning, the Barnstormers have had men at first and second. And to Dunston, it's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. But Lancaster, once they get to this point, they've largely stalled. They did get the additional walk in the second inning and then the Dunston sacrifice fly. No balls, 1 strike. Sean tries to lock and load, but chops that foul off his foot, and it is a 2nd strike on the Barnstormers center fielder. Lancaster starving for a big hit tonight. Their opponents are 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position now, so it hasn't been a great night for the Dirty Birds either. They got the RBI double from Longy. That has been it. Lancaster 0 for 6 with the sac fly and a ton of opportunities. Dunston bats 0-2, so that takes away the bunt. And Deshaun, a late swing. I don't know if he was trying to go to the left side or just protecting the outside corner there, but it's still 2 strikes. Following back-to-back walks, Mack is able to zero in. The set, 0-2. Dunston wails away and drives the ball toward the gap in right center field. That ball is down and out to the gate. Here comes Lair. He will score. Torrance will follow. He's on his way home. The throw hits the mound, and Dunston to third. That is a triple for him. The Barnstormers have gone ahead 3-1. Dunston has driven in all three Barnstormers runs here tonight. His fifth triple since joining Lancaster. And he is at third base with Mercedes standing in. The infield pulls tight. Melvin has walked and fly to center. 3-1 Lancaster. And Mercedes will take a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. The Barnstormers franchise record still a long ways off. Lloyd Turner had 13 of them. Popped up into foul territory. Alfredo Gonzalez is over and lost his bearings with the tarp interfering. The ball dropping deeper down the left field line. And Mercedes alive at 0-2, trying to extend a hitting streak to 14. But what's more important right now is getting Dunston home from third. You've got Mercedes, Cordero, and Robinson. You'd like to believe one of the three can do it. And that is a huge triple for Dunston. No balls and a couple of strikes to Mercedes. He looks at a fastball high. That is ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Infield all the way up. Mercedes gets ball 2, high and outside. And that fly out to center field for Melvin wasn't exactly quiet. He took Heath just about to the warning track in right center for the final out back in the second. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Mercedes gets ball 3, and this is going to score the run off the glove of Jovan Gonzalez. So Dunston is home. The Barnstormers have 3 across and get to start the inning fresh, except for the already 3-ball, 2-strike count. Mercedes, Cordero, and Robinson with 3 runs already home. That's charged as a pass ball to Jovan Gonzalez. Mercedes with a fly ball out toward left center field. Heath gliding over. He'll make the catch, and Melvin may be starting to run out of opportunities. Lancaster with 3 runs across. Here is Cordero, who has singled and reached on an error by the shortstop Goris. There was a line drive, very sharply hit, just to the glove side of the shortstop who was playing back, and it looked like it hit off the heel of his glove. Cordero now taking ball 1 up and in from Mack. 1 ball, no strikes. The first 2 runs in this inning are earned, and I'll have to say the third one is as well. The pass ball would have made it unearned, except for the fact that you have to assume Dunston scores on the Mercedes flyout. 2-0 the count on Cordero. Lancaster with 4 hits, 1 each inning here tonight, and they've had base runners galore. Cordero pops this up to shallow right center field. It will be the right fielder Seymour taking charge of it. That's the second out, and Robinson will come to the plate. Trayvon has struck out and singled so far. Lancaster leads by 3. 2 outs, nobody on in the lower half of the 4th inning. Sean Dunston Jr., the only guy who's been able to drive in a run tonight. He has 3. Swing and a foul tip by Robinson. He's down a strike. It is 0-1. This is the biggest game for Dunston in terms of runs batted in. You don't expect that many out of the leadoff hitter anyhow. He had driven in a couple in a game twice. Robinson tees off on the 0-1. That's a line drive hooking into the right field corner and fair. Robinson will gallop towards second base. The throw not in time, and Trayvon has a 2-out double. That is his 9th since coming back to Lancaster. Anderson Felice will try to get him all across the plate. Second hit for Robinson in tonight's ball game. He was very quiet a night ago. Overall, 28 out of his last 69. That's a 4.06 pace for Trayvon. Felice digs in. He has flied to left and popped to short. A base hit could stretch the Lancaster lead to 4. Mack to the set, and that is lined and caught by Rosario on a leaping catch. Second time he has made that play tonight. He did the same thing against Anthony Peroni back in the second inning. Put a star by that one in the scorebook. Felice gets cheated on a whale of a play by Rosario. The Barnstormers, though, pick up 3 runs in the inning. They do it on 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left on base. And at the end of 4 tonight, here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the Barnstormers enjoy a 4-1 lead.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
On the Major League scoreboard today, the Phillies pushed Miami back into the Everglades. 10-0 was the final. Suarez with the win. Minnesota beat the White Sox 6-3. St. Louis pounded Cincy 11-3. Mets trimmed back the Cubs 2-1 in the opener of a doubleheader. No score in the top of the second in Game 2. Toronto in 10 innings defeated Kansas City 6-5. Here's Anthony Seymour taking a nice-looking curveball from Cameron Gann for a strike. It is 0-1. Seymour, a strikeout victim back in the second. 1 of the 4 for Cam, who's working with a 3-run lead now here. Another breaking ball, another strike. He has Seymour at 0-2. Colorado shut out Pittsburgh 2-0 today. Seattle winning again 3-2 at Texas. Atlanta in the 9th inning, up 6-3 at Washington. Cleveland defeated Detroit 10-0. The Guardians sticking around. Houston won again 5-0 over Oakland. Here is the 0-2 to Seymour. That is a fastball, and that is just fouled at home plate. That's been 3 excellent pitches. Great sequence for Gann, but he hasn't been able to put Seymour away, at least not yet. Gonzalez and then the pitcher spot will follow. Here's the 0-2 breaking ball. It's chopped foul. Seymour able to stick around at no balls and 2 strikes. Baltimore beat Tampa in 11, 6-4. Yankees are up tonight in the bottom of the 4th, 4-1 at home against the Red Sox. Milwaukee and San Francisco are scoreless in the 5th, and a couple games yet to get started. That's a broken bat dribbler back to the hill. Gann with a high throw. Cordero holds the bag. 1-3. That was a deceptive comebacker because the bat came apart and the ball was hit on kind of a very soft line back to the mound, and then it slowed down as it approached Gann. So by the end, he had to hustle the throw with Seymour running, as Anthony Seymour is pretty fast. 1 out. Here is Gavin Gonzalez. He fouled out his first time up. Breaking ball. That gets there for a called strike, and Gonzalez says, all right, all right. Remember when Gavin Gonzalez was relatively new with Somerset, and he hit a walk-off home run, barely fair down the right field line off Kevin Munson years ago. Swing and a miss. It was, it's 0-2. That was the season opener, I think. Nothing in 2 from Gann. Cameron comes back, and that is strike 3 called. Ball goes around the diamond as Cameron has his 5th strikeout. He's just accelerated through this game. We were awfully concerned about Gann at the outset, and I think they were in the dugout also. He walked the first 2 batters and fell behind long, and you were wondering what kind of a night you were in for, but Cameron has been able to recover, and except for the back-to-back doubles to start the 4th inning, the rest of this outing has been pretty strong. Now a strike on a right-handed batter standing in. And this is Courtney Mack. He is a position player as well. We told you about that. He's got 2 strikes against him. He mostly was a hitter in that California Winter League. 0-2, breaking ball, slices low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So it appears that Billy Horn is going to stick with Mack for a while. 4-1 Barnstormers. The pitch is strike 3. Back-to-back called 3rd strikes for Cameron Gann. He now has recorded 6 along the way. Nothing going on in the Dirty Bird 5th. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. We're halfway through tonight. The Barnstormers leading by the score of 4-1.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today.
Mack stays on the mound. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Tyler Hill, Anthony Peroni, and Trace Lair scheduled for the Barnstormers. The injury bug has hit the Dirty Birds as well as the Barnstormers. We talked about the Barnstormers losing 2 of the big guns in the batting order, Kelly Dugan and Ladarius Clark. Well, the Dirty Birds have lost their top 3 starters, Walker Weichel, Jose Mesa Jr., and then last night Ryan Lawler going down. So these are not easy times for either one of these managers. Hill, the battery is 1 out of 2. Mack will come to the plate and deliver high for a ball. It is 1-0. Lancaster up by 3. The wind, Mack to the plate. Line drive into center field and a base hit. Tyler Hill's 2 for 3. The Barnstormers collect the 4th hit given up by Mack, and their 6th overall for the game. And it will bring on Peroni, who's 0 for 2. Not a quiet 0 for 2. He is one of the 2 victims of Jose Rosario's leaping backhanded catches tonight. He's had those 2 huge plays at second base, because who knows how many runs the Barnstormers would have on the board without those. Hill out to a very short lead to Peroni. It's fouled to the right and out of play, 0-1. The Barnstormers have a lot of available arms. We haven't seen Schumann in days. And it's hush-hush, but nobody has said word one to me. Up the middle, off of second base and into center. Peroni follows Hill with another base hit. And for the 5th straight inning, the Barnstormers have runners at first and second before the second out. Trace Lair will come to the plate. He has walked twice and scored once. A 4-1 ball game. Nobody is believing Lair's bunting here, and I'm not either. The pitch is high, and ball 1 to Trace. 2 hits and a walk last night. 3 hits and a walk the game before that. 2 walks in this one. He'll take ball 2 below the knees, and Mack wanting to know where that one was. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Trace. I don't have a strike zone tonight, Lair. Hill at second, Peroni at first, Devon Torrance waiting on deck, and the Barnstormers with a chance to maybe really blow this game open here in the bottom of the 5th. 3-0 now to Trace. I know he walked on 4 pitches earlier tonight. I don't know that he's seen a strike in this game. I'm going to have to go back and check. 3-0. Mack out of the set will deliver. That one's across. And Trace says, boy, I'm free to swing now. 3-1. 4 Barnstormers runs here tonight. 3 have been driven in by Dunston, and then he scored on a pass ball. Trace Lair awaiting the 3-1. That's inside and to the backstop. Ball 4. A trio of walks for Lair. Hill to third, Peroni to second, and Devon Torrance will be stepping in with the bases loaded as soon as Lair removes all the gear. We're going to have a mound visit. I think this is the pitching coach, Joe Testa, who is one of the lefties on this staff. He's a New Jersey guy. He's pitched in this league before. So Mack, who isn't young, but is inexperienced at the pro level. Again, he auditioned in the California Winter League. That's what it's there for. Stan Clyburn goes out there every year. Butch goes out there. They help out, and they see what's available, maybe not for right away, but for later on in a season. You're always trying to fill holes. And Mack gets an opportunity here. His first inning went reasonably well. The last couple have not. The Barnstormers in a situation where they could rip this game to shreds right now. Hill at third, Peroni at second, Lair the base runner at first. Nobody out. Torrance has walked twice. He steps in. Devon with a stolen base also. He has a run scored. 2 singles and a walk this inning. Lancaster already up 4-1. Here is the pitch, and Devon will see ball 1 off the outside corner. 1-0. He's 0 for 3 with the bases loaded on the year. On deck is Dunston, who's seen a dramatic rise in his RBI totals already tonight. Here's a 1-0. Torrance tries to hold on the swing and does. Ball 2 is up. 2-0. And you almost get the feeling that Charleston, not entirely, but in essence, they're kind of giving up on this game a little bit. That's ball 3 off the glove of Gavin Gonzalez, and it will score Hill. That will be charged as a pass ball again, although awfully wide, tough to reach. And Torrance is up there at 3-0, 5-1 now. It's 2 innings in a row. Gonzalez and Mack have had a misfire. Three balls, no strikes, meanwhile, on Devon Torrance. He'll probably be taking here. The infield pulls in, and Devon will see a strike. It is 3-1. Lancaster up by 4. Derek Adams, a lefty, going tomorrow for the Dirty Birds. He's 3-5 with a 5.5 ERA. And for the Barnstormers, it will be Eric Manoah. Ball 4 is high. Torrance walks for the 3rd straight time. That is 4 given up by Mack, 7 total. And it's really tough if you're the manager of a pitching staff that has managed to walk the bottom 2 guys in a lineup all 6 plate appearances in a game. Here's Dunston. He has a sac fly, a 2-run triple. 3 runs batted in already, and steps in here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Lancaster leading by 4. Mack comes to the set. Dunston sees a ball upstairs. It is 1-0. And there is a right-hander warming up in the bullpen for Charleston. And that could again be the side armor Tannenbaum. Looks like him warming up down there. Can't pick up the number. He pitched long last night. Dunston lines this to center, and that will be down for a base hit. It will score 1 more. Heath fired into the shortstop. They almost had a force on Torrance. Sean Dunston Jr. with a 4 RBI game. It's now 6-1, and Melvin bats with the bases loaded. He still has not been able to extend his streak. He's flied out twice to center and walked here tonight. Bases loaded, still nobody out. The Barnstormers leading by 5. Mack will go to work on Mercedes, and of all people, to throw a strike to start, it's Melvin. It's 0-1. Mercedes did walk back in the first inning. 13-game hitting streak for the Barnstormers' second baseman. Courtney Mack at 0-1. Mercedes will drive a foul down the left side, curling up toward the playground area. And he's down 0-2. Andretti Cordero waits on deck. Lancaster 6 and Charleston 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cameron Gann can still get another inning in here tonight. Mercedes bats 0-2, Mack to the plate, and there's another fly ball out to center. Retreating is Heath. He'll make the catch. Tagging off third is Lair, and off second, Torrance. Mercedes with a sac fly, but still nothing to extend his streak. Lair's across. It's now 7-1, and Cordero will bat with runners at first and third. 6 runs the last couple of innings off of Courtney Mack and his Dirty Bird debut. Lancaster has 6 hits off of him. And keep in mind, he did pitch a scoreless 3rd inning. Mack to Cordero, and Andretti drives the ball out to center, and Heath will also be able to get back on this one and make the catch. Sprung loose off a third is Torrance, and that will also be a sacrifice fly, making it 8-1. That brings on Robinson, who singled and doubled. Lancaster has broken this one open in the middle innings. And again, Billy Horn, it appears, is sacrificing this game to set himself up for a rubber game tomorrow. It was a bullpen game to begin with. Now to Robinson, outside from Mack, ball one. And once the Barnstormers took a significant lead back in the fourth inning, he's decided to stay with Mack and save the rest of the pen. He's a little short on pitching. Strike is taken. It's 1-1. They did bring in an Atlantic League veteran, Nate Rowe, today signing with Charleston. Know him from Somerset and New Britain. 1-1. Robinson goes the other way. That is a fly ball. Retreating on this and still going is Beltre. He will reach up and somehow be able to make an awkward catch on the track for the final out. They've made some pretty nice plays in the field tonight to keep the Barnstormers from making this game ridiculous, but 4 runs are across on 3 hits in the inning with no errors. Lancaster leaves, as it turns out, just 1. 3 singles, a walk, a couple of walks, a pass ball, and a couple of sac flies. And the Barnstormers now, through 5, lead by the score of 8-1.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus gas grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price. And the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gockenauers in East Petersburg.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17th. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
A corkscrew catch made by Angel Beltre out in left field, denying Trayvon Robinson another hit tonight. We're back to the top of the order against Gann in the 6th inning. Nick Heath stepping in. He has been one busy fellow out in center field tonight. 5 putouts for him. He also handled all 3 base hits in that 5th inning, went to center. Cameron Gann into his windup. Heath shows bunt and then takes a fastball for a strike. It is 0-1. Gann has certainly some room as far as a pitch count would be concerned. A little bit wide, and Heath bats at a ball and a strike. Now, the Barnstormers would love for him to get through this 6th inning unharmed. Get another quality start under his belt. It's been a little while for Cam. Fastball missing low, and Heath works ahead in the count at 2 balls and 1 strike. The Barnstormers, as a staff, have put together 21 quality starts on the year. And that one's up. 3 balls and a strike now on Heath. Gann has 4, so does Oscar De La Cruz, and 6 for Niall Ball. Teller had 3, and Brooks Hall 2. Got to remember to put him in the others column. Manoah and Silk 1 each. 3 balls and a strike here, and Heath will go after a fastball and miss, 3-2. Gann doesn't want to start walking folks right now. His pitch count is at 93. Lancaster will get some action going in the bullpen. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the kick, and to Heath, he got him a swing and a miss. And Gann showing, hey, I still got life on my fastball. I'm not coming out of this game yet. That is 7th strikeout for Cameron Gann here tonight. Remember, he had 11 against the West Virginia Power in a start against them in just 5 innings last year. Jose Rosario is in. He has walked and doubled. This guy has been impressive in this series. Kind of an odd play against Hill back in the 2nd inning, but we've seen him make a couple of great leaping backhanded catches. And he has a walk and a double at the plate tonight. He homered last night. As a matter of fact, overall, he is 3 for 4 with 3 walks in the series. 0-1 from Gann. There's the breaking ball, and it gets down into the zone for a 2nd strike. It's 0-2. Barnstormers leading 8-1 here in the 6th inning. A run-scoring spree against Courtney Mack over the last 2. He'll be replaced, it appears, once we get to the bottom of the 6th inning. Low for a ball. 1-2 the count on Rosario. Nick Longy waits on deck. And a 1-2. Cam is down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Barnstormers have benefited from a good number of walks. They've had only 1 extra base hit that's ultimately mattered on the scoreboard. Now it's 3-2. Right-handed action in the Lancaster bullpen. That looks like Cole Aker warming up. Here is the payoff to Rosario. He is crowded inside, taking ball 4. And that gives the Dirty Birds a 1-out base runner. Gann walks his 3rd, first since the 1st inning. That Rosario, boy, he's been such a tough out in this series. He's only been retired once. Augie Silk got him on a grounder to 2nd in the 3rd inning last night. It's Nate Rowe warming up in the bullpen for Charleston, the newcomer. Not a newcomer to this league by any means. Now to Longy, it is in the dirt. Ball 1. And you have to be concerned that maybe Gann is hitting a wall here in the top of the 6th inning. Infield set, double play depth. Nothing put into play in this inning. 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed. 14 pitches in. Not much for the fielders to do here in this 6th. Pickoff throw to first. And Rosario is back in. It's 8-1. Lancaster leading in the top of the 6th inning. We had a rain delay of 27 minutes. So we're about 2 hours into baseball tonight. It wasn't a rain delay, if you want to be really technical. It was a field prep delay. High pickoff throw to first again. And I don't know that you would necessarily be expecting Rosario to steal at this point in time. This maybe is somewhat of a stall tactic while you're trying to figure out how to deal with Longy. 1-1. Hill setting the target. The pitch is fouled off to the right. And again, Gann, pretty much nothing but fastballs here. We haven't seen a breaking pitch for a little bit. Longy batting at 1-2. One out, one on. Gann working from the stretch. The pitch is low, blocked by Hill. For the most part, Tyler has been solid back there tonight. He had the one get by him in the second inning. 2-2, the count on Nick Longy. One out, one on, top of the sixth inning. Gann will fire to first again. Three in the fourth, four in the fifth. The Barnstormers out to a substantial lead. To Longy, ground ball, third base, and that took a wicked hop and got away from Lair. Runners are at first and second, still likely to go down as an error. But that one came up fairly nastily. And now you've got two guys on. That's a double play to end the inning. E5, charge to Lair. You'd like your third baseman to at least knock those down off the chest. That ball came up, it looked like off the arm, maybe shoulder of Lair. And now you've got two guys on. And the batter is Beltre, the left fielder. First and second. And you hope this doesn't open any kind of a floodgate. Gann delivers low to Beltre. It is ball one and no strikes. We've talked repeatedly with the Barnstormers lineup being as beaten up as it is, that the team needs to get the pitching, which they have gotten tonight, but tight defense. Breaking ball is up. It is 2-0 now on Beltre. And this inning with Alfredo Gonzalez on deck could suddenly be a productive inning for Charleston. And it looked like Gann had gotten out of it with that ground ball to the usually very sure-handed Trace Lair. 2 balls and no strikes to Beltre. It is fouled back off of Hill. Now 2-1. The Barnstormers and Gann looking to get through 6 innings, but he is now well beyond 100 pitches on the night. Angel Beltre batting at 2-1 with Alfredo Gonzalez waiting on deck. Gann sets. Here is the 2-1 pitch. Ball 3 is outside. 3-1. Andrew Don is a pinch runner for Nick Longy over at first base. So they'll maybe reshuffle defensively. Here comes the 3-1, and it's ball 4 to load the bases. So this has turned from a leadoff strikeout to a walk to a possible double play grounder that gets away. Now to bases loaded, 1 out, and Gann being lifted from the game. So Gann will leave to a nice round of applause. This inning could have gone better. And Lancaster will go to the bullpen. 1 out and the bases loaded here in the top half of the 6th inning. We'll take a break and be back with a tight spot.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off the 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Cole Aker comes on with the bases loaded and one out. The last that we saw of Cole, he had a puzzled and who me look on his face. He got ejected from the ball game against High Point back here on Thursday night, as it was construed by Buzz Albert that he threw at Xander Wheel on ball 4, and warnings had already been issued. It went down in the books as an HBP. It was not. It was a ball. Wheel never got hit by it. And now Aker inherits loaded bases, one out, and the dangerous Alfredo Gonzalez coming to the plate. It's 2 walks and an error, spelling the end of the night for Cameron Gann, who gave up 2 hits and 4 walks in 5 1/3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Now, this 6th inning could have gone so much more easily in a number of different ways. But Rosario's at third, Don's at second, Beltre the runner at first, and here is Gonzalez, who's already knocked in 5 runs in this series. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And the Dirty Birds have a chance to get right back in this game. Bases loaded with 1 out. Aker to the plate, and there's a high drive, deep left field. Way back it goes, and it is a grand slam for Alfredo Gonzalez, and suddenly it's 8-5. Can you believe the turnaround in this game? Aker's first pitch is hammered out of the ballpark to left field. Nothing Devon Torrance could do but watch. The 3rd homer, and now 9 runs batted in for Gonzalez in 2 nights. And that puts a couple of earned runs on the board against Gann, as well as 1 unearned. But the Barnstormers could have been out of this inning, and it's now 8-5 with Diego Goris stepping in. What a dramatic turnaround in this game, and you could feel it developing after the error was committed. Gann could have been out of it, and now the floodgates did open. Breaking ball for a strike on Goris. It is 0-1, and we've talked about this repeatedly for a couple of years now, how hard it is for Barnstormers relievers to come in and take over, especially with runners on. Swing and a foul tip. It is 0-2. The only guy on this team that has a really good rate of stranding inherited runners, well, Graham and Tunnel do. And it's because of the high on-base percentage against the Barnstormers relievers coming in for the first batter they face. Ball is low. Goris bats at 1-2. But for Aker, it's now 6 for 14 with a couple of walks and a couple of home runs. And outside of that, he's done very well. 1-2 on Goris. Here's the pitch. And that's a little floater out the left in for a base hit. 5 Charleston batters in a row have reached base. Anthony Seymour will step in. The tying run is now in the on-deck circle, and there is still just one out here in the 6th inning. One out, one on. Aker delivers, and his fastball is met and fouled back by Seymour, who is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a comebacker. Now, Gann ends up allowing 4 runs, 3 earned on 2 hits and 4 walks. Still with a chance for the win. 0-1, and there's a line drive, soft one into right center field, and now the tying run does get to the plate in Gavin Gonzalez. An implosion here in the 6th inning. 6 in a row have gotten on for Charleston. Gavin Gonzalez will step in. He is fouled out, and he is struck out looking. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Gonzalez, the tying run at the plate. Aker comes to the set, and his breaking ball doesn't get back. It is ball 1. Infielders want another chance at a ground ball double play here. 1-0 pitch, look out, it's inside, 2-0. And Lancaster has to rush somebody else to warm up in the bullpen. Two walks, an error, a grand slam, and now back-to-back singles on soft liners. Gonzalez digging in, 2 balls, no strikes. Aker fires, and that's fouled toward Prince Street. We'll go to 2-1.
It's a foul ball brought to you by Frisco's Chicken, home of Lancaster's favorite chicken, serving great food and happiness.
A look at the runners. Aker 2-1. He's up and into Gonzalez for ball 3. The pitcher's spot is on deck. And we're 1 pitch away from having the tying run on base. 3-1 to Gavin Gonzalez. Aker comes to the set and the pitch. Ground ball toward the middle, smothered by Felice, tries to get a force at second, but can't get off the feed, and the bases are loaded. Gonzalez, a ground ball up the middle. Felice arguably saved a run. Now Mark Johnson is going to come out and talk to Aker. The Barnstormers are in somewhat of a dire situation. 7 men in a row have reached base in an inning that conceivably could have been over 5 batters ago. After the first walk, the ground ball by Longy. And I don't know if that hit something. It did not look like the easiest of plays. But it's 8-5 with the bases loaded, just 1 out. And we should have a pinch hitter stepping in for the Charleston Dirty Birds, and it looks like the player coach Scott Kelly coming up. And the Barnstormers desperately needing an out. Goris at third, Seymour at second, Gonzalez at first base. One out, Kelly the batter. Aker brings home a breaking ball and gets it there for a called strike. It is 0-1. Scott Kelly hitting .240 with a home run and 18 runs batted in. It looked like the Barnstormers were cruising in this one, and they were, with one out in this inning. No balls, one strike to Kelly. Aker delivers. That's chopped towards second. Mercedes handles, goes Felice, one, back to first, and the throw gets away. And that will make it 8-7. Anderson Felice trying to double up the still fast Scott Kelly. Threw the ball away. The Barnstormers get the second out. The 4-6 force on Jovan Gonzalez. Kelly will get an RBI. Goris and Seymour both score, but with the throw going out of play, the runner Kelly gets to second base. 6 runs are home in a disastrous top half of the 6th inning. And Nick Heath, with a base hit, can tie the score. Can the Barnstormers recover from this? That's the question. And rain has started to fall again here in Lancaster, though it's not at all hard. 2 outs. Kelly leads from second. The Barnstormers guilty of their second error of the inning. Aker fires and misses outside and low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Lancaster has to get tight pitching and defense. Here's a 1-0. Off the plate to the outside for ball 2. And on deck is Jose Rosario, a guy the Barnstormers have retired only once in this series. He and Alfredo Gonzalez have been virtually impossible to retire, as Lair has been for Charleston. 2-0 on Heath. He'll swing and miss at a breaking ball, make it 2-1. A single away from a tie game. It is 8-7. The scoreboard reads 8-8. Outside. It is 3-1, and now it reels back to 8-7. Aker has gotten one out. That could have been a double play also. Kelly digging hard for first. You don't expect anything otherwise. Forced a bad throw. Breaking ball is strike 2. Full count pitch coming up. Tying run in scoring position here in the top half of the 6th inning. 10th man at the plate for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Heath started the inning off by striking out swinging as Cameron Gann's 7th strikeout of the night. 3-2 pitch. Heath will hit a ground ball to first. Cordero will take it to the bag, but it's foul. The ball came off Heath's foot, and we've got to do it all over again. Still 3-2. Without that last error, it would be 8-6 with runners at first and third. Three balls, 2 strikes. The count on Heath. Here is the pitch, breaking ball. That's fouled back into the net. And it will stay 3-2. Lancaster continues to lead by 1, but now the offense may very well need to get going again, and another base hit, it absolutely will have to get going again. Nick Heath still in there, 3 balls and 2 strikes, trying to produce the 7th run of the inning. Kelly leads off second. Aker checks back, 3-2. He got him a swing and a miss. Heath bookends the inning with strikeouts, and the Barnstormers able to stay in the lead, but it's 6 runs home on 4 hits, a couple of errors, and 1 runner left on base. We're through 5.5. We have ourselves a game. It is Lancaster 8 and Charleston 7.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
The rain begins to intensify here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. You don't know how much more this field can take. The Barnstormers are still up by the score of 8-7. Felice, Hill, and Peroni scheduled to face Nate Rowe, who had forever and a day to warm up in the bullpen through that 10-batter, 2-pitcher top half of the 6th inning. So Cameron Gann still in line for a win here tonight, and that's good news because, well, he pitched a lot better than 4 runs in 5 1/3 innings, let's face it. Gave up 2 hits and could have been out of that 6th inning. But the rain has picked up. The Barnstormers still leading by 1. We've got the series finale coming up at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Derek Adams will make the start. He's a lefty, 3-5. Eric Manoah, 1-1, going for the Barnstormers. He deals from the right side of the plate. We're going to keep this one going in the rain shower. It's chased most of the fans for cover. If they didn't bring an umbrella along tonight. Well, the 3/4 slants of Nate Rowe heading toward the plate. Rowe is from North Jersey and owns a baseball facility there. He went to Rutgers. He is 32 years of age. He started off in the Can-Am League professionally, came to the Atlantic League, and was part of our league from 16 through 19 with New Britain and Somerset. Initially, he was a starter with the Bees, 5-3 with a 5.88 ERA back in 16. Moved to the bullpen the next year, 7-6, 3.63. And then a couple of seasons with ERAs in the 4s out of the Patriots bullpen. First pitch in for a strike on Anderson Felice, who's 0-3, was robbed his last time up, and that could be a very key play in this game now. That would have driven in another run. To Felice, 0-1 offering, chipped down the left field side. Beltre charging after this, and it is going to land foul. Felice will bat at 0-2. The Barnstormers had an 8-1 lead going into the top of the 6th inning, and the roof didn't completely cave in. Aker was able to put up a support pillar at the last second, so 8-7, and now the rain lets up once again. We had a 27-minute rain delay tonight, and the ball game's been going on for better than 2:20, just starting the bottom of the 6th inning. To Felice 0-2, and he lines another one right at Rosario. This one an easier play. Anderson still coming up empty. Tyler Hill comes to the plate. He's 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. I mean, Charleston, by leaving Mack in as long as it did, was basically letting the Barnstormers roll up the big lead here. And then the Barnstormers barely held a slim piece of that lead. Hill will take a strike from Rowe. It is 0-1. Nate has not pitched in the Atlantic League since 2019. He's thrown about 244 innings in his Atlantic League career. Line drive, and Tyler Hill in his Barnstormers debut is now 3 out of 4. And Lancaster has its 9th hit. Runner on, Peroni will be the hitter. Anthony is 1 for 3 tonight. He's hit the ball pretty well. And the Barnstormers now with Chase Johnson warming up in the bullpen. And I don't know that he was in the plans necessarily for tonight, the way this game was going. I mean, you never stop playing a game. I'm not saying that Charleston was waving the white towel, but you get to that point in the game where, like, look, we need to keep pitching back for tomorrow. We can't go through everybody to try and simply win this game. And they were at that point. And now it's entirely changed. A strike taken. Peroni bats at 0-1. On deck is Trace Lair, who's done nothing but walk tonight. Same story with the guy behind him, Devon Torrance. Peroni batting 0-1 with a runner at first and 1 out. Rowe to the plate, and he slides across a second strike. It is 0-2. From one New Jersey native to the other. Tyler Hill leads off first. Peroni, line drive, base hit into right field. And slipping and going down on that is Anthony Seymour. The ball gets all the way to the wall, and Lancaster will end up as a result with runners at first and third. He got after it in a hurry, and, well, you don't have the greatest of speed with the 2 catchers out there. So Peroni with a base hit, his 2nd of the game, and the Barnstormers are swinging the bats pretty well here against Rowe. It's going to be a single and an error charge to Seymour. Conditions not the best here, although the rain has again let up. Lair has walked 3 times. He has 2 runs scored and now takes a pitch up and away. 1-0. Lancaster threatens to come right back and establish more of a lead. One ball, no strikes. Lair takes ball 2.
And our 50-50 raffle is growing. We're around 1,600 now. Still have a chance to
Devon Torrance in the on-deck circle. Again, the only guy back for the Barnstormers is infielder Jake Hoover, ordinarily the shortstop. Lair bats 2-0 with runners at the corners. The Rowe pitch is fouled to the left and out of play. We go to 2 balls and a strike. Charleston looking for the double play ground ball. The Barnstormers at least looking for a sac fly here. Rowe to the set. Here's the 2-1. Lair has to get out of the way, and Gavin Gonzalez, who has worked with Rowe in Somerset, knows his stuff, because I don't think if Gonzalez were familiar with Rowe, he makes that stop. Gastonia's won twice, 4-1, 5-3 over Lexington. Staten Island trying to win again, up 8-3 at York in the top of the 8th. Southern Maryland leads High Point 5-4 in the bottom of the ninth inning, and Andres Briseño is asked to close it out tonight. Matt Latos recorded his 20th save last night, but he has so many opportunities. They get so many games to the 8th and 9th inning relievers, Briseño and Latos. Lair bats 3-1, Rowe to the plate, and it's strike 2 on the outside corner, filling the count. You'd love to be able to start a runner here, but Peroni has 1 steal for the year, and you don't have the right setup. Lair bats 3-2, infield seeking the double play ground ball. Rowe ready to go, and that's ball 4. That is to the backstop. Hill coming for the plate, and the throw back will be late. Lair walks for the 4th straight time. Hill scores on what should be a wild pitch there. And it is 9-7 with runners at first and second. Again, this is the 6th inning. The Barnstormers have had 2 runners on before the second out. They've had chances all night long. What a wild and crazy game this has been. Lair picks up the 4th walk tonight. Torrance has walked 3 times. Hill coming across the plate for the 3rd time. Peroni and Lair now the runners, and Rowe goes to work on his cleats. That the rain again has let up here. Devon Torrance batting with runners at first and second, 1 out. And remember, Felice lined out to start the inning. A run is charged to Rowe. Lancaster up by a pair, and Torrance will try to stretch that. To Devon, it is high, ball 1. What is it about these two tonight? Good heavens. For Lair, this has become a fairly common thing. He's now walked 19 times in a span of 20 games. Nothing like 4. And now Rowe and Gonzalez will reacquaint themselves with a meeting at the mound. Gonzalez, of course, a longtime catcher for the Patriots, so these two would know each other fairly well. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Devon Torrance, and on deck is Sean Dunston Jr., who already has 4 runs batted in tonight. 9-7 Barnstormers, bottom of the 6th inning. Rowe to the set to Torrance. He is upstairs. Devon has watched a lot go by. It is 2-0. Lair and Torrance are like a couple of old folks just sitting at the mall watching the traffic go by all night long. 2-0. 3-0. Lair and Torrance. This is unbelievable. They're on the verge of being 0 for 0 with 8 walks between them. 3-0, I would imagine Devon's taking here, but who knows? Rowe to the plate, it's ball 4, and they've done it again. 8 walks picked up by the 8 and 9 batters, and now it is Dunston, who is 2 for 3 with 4 runs batted in and 1 scored. Peroni to third, Lair to second, Torrance is on at first, and Sean is not a home run hitter necessarily, but if he were to connect here, he would set a Barnstormers franchise record for runs batted in a game. He could tie it with an extra base hit, considering it's Torrance at first. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Dunston looks at a strike as it slices across the inside corner. It's 0-1. the Barnstormers certainly look for another run or two out of this, and the rain has started again. Dunston batting 0-1, breaking ball around the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Melvin Mercedes is on deck. His hitting streak is in danger. And I think if the Barnstormers score a bunch here, they might put a halt to this game. Who knows? 1-1 pitch. Popped up to shallow left field. Tough play. Going back on that is the shortstop. Goris has it fall in, and another run will score. You had to worry about the force play there. It looked like the shortstop Goris might get to it. That's too deep for infield fly to be called. Dunston knocks in his fifth. Peroni scores. It's 10-7, and here is Mel 0 for 2 with a walk and a sac fly tonight. He's hit 3 in a row to the center fielder Heath. One Heath had to go to his left, one he had to go to his right, and one he had to stand there. Blair at third, Torrance at second, Dunston the runner at first, and the Mercedes fastball is up. Ball 1, no strikes. So not a good restart here in the Atlantic League for Nate Rowe. (10-7) now in favor of the Barnstormers. Mercedes pulls the ball down the right field line. The hitting streak continues, and so does the run parade. 1 home, 2 home. Dunston stops at third. Mercedes a 2-run double, and it's 12-7. 2-run double into the right field corner for Melvin Mercedes, and the Barnstormers have most of that lead back. 4 hits off of Rowe, and 4 runs as well. Runners at second and third. The batter will be Cordero. And just as I was thinking about putting a halt to the game, if it were to continue to rain, the rain is stopped again. Infield plays halfway up. Cordero 1 out of 3 with a sac fly. That was his 65th run batted in of the year. 12-7 Lancaster, and Cordero takes a pitch that's up. Ball 1 and no strikes. Lancaster has scored 11 runs in the middle 3 innings. Charleston has scored 7. A ball game that was supposed to start 3 hours ago. 27 minutes late because of earlier rains. Ground ball pulled foul up the third base line. Cordero is batting 1-1. And this game, it's been as messy as the field conditions are becoming. We have seen 13 walks. We have seen 4 errors. Pass ball, a couple of wild pitches. Cordero bats 1-1, Rowe to the plate, and that is spun foul up to the suites. Just off to the first base side, 1-2. Trayvon Robinson is due next. He is 2 for 4. Anderson Felice is hitless tonight. He has not reached base, and he's the only one, but it's not been for the lack of effort. Last 2 times up, he's lined out to the second baseman. Cordero bats 1-2, and the pitch is past Gonzalez. Here comes Dunston, and it's 13-7. Two Nate Rowe wild pitches in this inning. Mercedes is now at third. 6 in the top of the inning, 5 in the bottom of the inning. And I'm not sure there are too many folks in either dugout right now that would not welcome the skies opening up. And to Cordero, he fouls it off. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cordero is having a great season, but it's been so quiet. He was sort of sheltered in behind Kelly Dugan having the incredible year. But here's a guy with 65 runs batted in. Leading the league in hits. He goes for the 2-2 and pops this up over toward the rolled up tarp and into the seats. It is still 2-2 on Andretti Cordero. 99 hits on the year, average in the 3 teens. This is the 77th game for this club. He's on a pace for 111 runs batted in, which would be the franchise record. Gonzalez a little concerned about tailoring home plate, and then Jonathan Lamontina takes over. Crooked numbers rule here in the middle innings tonight. Cordero bats 2-2. Mercedes up the line from third. The pitch is off the outside corner in ball 3. Top and bottom, Andretti Cordero is the 18th batter of the 6th inning. Charleston all but caught up, and now the Barnstormers have pulled away again. 3-2 pitch. Cordero hits a pop fly out to left along the line. Coming in is Beltre. He will take charge and make the catch. Mercedes can go nowhere. And Robinson will step in. Trayvon 2 for 4 in the game. They were working Cordero in, and he kept hitting some odd-looking pop flies out the left. Two outs with Mercedes over at third to Robinson. A strike taken. It is 0-1. Next pitch, circles back to the outside corner. Trayvon Robinson bats 0-2, and here comes the rain again. Mercedes up the line from third. Rowe to Robinson, pulled foul. That was a wicked hooking liner that fortunately hit no one. Still 2 strikes, and the rain is about as intense as it has been in a while. And it's chasing just about everybody else up under the overhang here. Robinson bats 0-2. Here is the pitch, and Trayvon forced out of there. The 3/4 delivery from Nate Rowe. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. I just don't know how much more water can be put on this field. It was supposed to remain cloudy tonight. It hasn't. We've got these persistent on and off showers. Well, that's an oxymoron and actually a contradiction in terms. Persistent on and off. Think about that for a moment. They keep coming. They keep starting up, but they're not here all the time. Is that persistent? I don't know. I got to think about that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And to Robinson, line drive center field, and that one is down for a base hit. Trayvon's third, and now it is 14-7 with Felice about to step in. Well, Nate Rowe now has given up a whole bunch. He's given up 6 runs here in the lower half of the 6th inning. 5 hits right now off of him. He's walked 2. He's contributed a couple of wild pitches. Here is Felice, who lined out to start the inning. 14-7 Lancaster. And Anderson, sharp ground ball and a base hit into right. So he is off the schneid tonight. Everybody's played a role. Tyler Hill already has 3 hits. Can he have a 4-hit game in his Barnstormers debut? 7-run lead again for the Barnstormers. It's where we started the inning. And each team has scored 6 in the 6th as all Hades is broken loose here. Hill stands in against Rowe, and the first pitch is a strike to the outside corner. 0-1. Hill inherited Colton Shaver's number, and he gets hit by a breaking ball. And Peroni will bat with the bases loaded. Good golly. Anthony's 2 for 4. If we're going to get this rain for any length of time now, I just think the umpires could, especially if Peroni comes through here, put a kind of a merciful lid on this game. Maybe it's just me. I mean, I suppose the hitters want to keep it going. The Barnstormers have 14 runs in this game on now 14 hits, and yet the club has not hit a home run. 13 runs off of Charleston's relief staff here the last 3 innings. And now Robinson's at third, Felice is at second, and Hill is at first with Peroni batting. Anthony's 2 for 4. And he takes a ball up and away. It's 1-0. Trace Lair is on deck. Lair and Torrance, both across if you're familiar with the way box score is traditionally read, they're both 0-3-0-0 tonight. No at-bats, 3 runs, no hits, no runs batted in. It's a Peroni 1-0 pitch, lifted foul off to the right. It is 1-1. I'm not sure you will ever see that again in a professional game. If, say, Peroni is retired here and the rains once again intensify and they decide to stop play. Now you can see the rain dripping into the standing water where it still lies on the field, particular in the Barnstormers on deck circle. Peroni bats 1-1, Rowe to the plate, and it is off the outside corner for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. Lancaster has drawn 9 walks in the game. They've just had runners everywhere all night long. 2 balls and 1 strike on Anthony Peroni. He takes a cut, pops this up over toward first base. Andrew Don coming over, reaches toward the crowd and can't get there. Peroni is alive at 2-2. We have now seen 21 batters in the 6th inning between the 2 ball clubs. Peroni is actually the 22nd. Two balls, 2 strikes. Robinson, Felice, and Hill lead off their respective bases. The motion and a Peroni. It's up and away, ball 3. There's a throw behind Hill at first base. He's able to get back as Hill had to reach into foul territory to handle it. So the runners all get started now at 3 balls and 2 strikes on Anthony Peroni. We had a fairly normal baseball game through, say, 4 innings. And now it's gotten to the point of being absurd. 3-2, Peroni with everybody getting started. Here's the pitch. He almost gets hit. It's ball 4, and another run is forced home. Robinson scores as the Barnstormers have a 7-run inning now, and Trace Lair will step in with the score 15-7 And I've got to think Trace is almost at a mindset now. Swing at anything. Good heavens. He hasn't gotten a pitch to hit tonight. 4 walks. And Torrance the same. Felice, Hill, and Peroni are now the runners. Here's the pitch to Trace. Well, he couldn't swing at that one. He was getting out of the way. Ball 1-0. Rowe ready to deliver. It's ball 2. Well, that's 18 balls he's seen tonight. I think it's maybe 3 strikes. Lair is the 13th man to step in. He walked a while ago. Here's the 2-0. It's high. 3 balls and no strikes. The Barnstormers are ahead by 8. This just has not in the least been pretty. Lair, 3-0, takes a strike. It's 3-1. Three walks, a hit batter, and 6 hits in the inning. 7 have scored, 3 are out there. The outs have been on a liner to second and a fly ball to left. And there is ball 4. Trace Lair with a franchise record. He walks for the 5th time in the game. This forces in Felice, and it is now 16-7 with Devon Torrance stepping in, and he's walked all 4 times, and he and Lair might end up sharing the record as the rains are again falling. Hill, Peroni, and Lair all aboard as Nate Rowe can't find the strike zone right now, and there's more right-handed action in the bullpen. Torrance swings away. He wanted to go for it all. He fouled it back. It's 0-1. And at this point, who can blame him? The Barnstormers in the lead by 9. The 6 innings of baseball tonight have nearly absorbed 3 hours. To Torrance, 0-1, line drive, and that will be handled by Rosario. Nice play, throw to first. Don takes that, and the inning is finally over. 14 batters after it started, and it took a heck of a defensive play by Rosario to do it, and hats off to him for still having the focus to turn that play in. But the Barnstormers break away again. They score 8 runs in the inning. They do it on 6 hits. There was 1 error way back when, and Lancaster leaves 3 on the bases. We're going to tailor the field for a little bit. We are through 6 innings. The Barnstormers leading by the score of 16-7.
The sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Well, they add some drying agent to the mound, the home plate, the first baseline, and they've talked about it, but right now you can't call the game because it has stopped raining. So Chase Johnson is out there for the 7th inning. Nate Rowe surrendering an 8th spot in the bottom half of the 6th. It is 16-7, 16 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors for the Barnstormers tonight, and they have left 11 runners on base. They've just had everybody out. Their on-base percentage as a team tonight is ludicrous. And Charleston, 7 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors, and just 3 runners left on base. Now, Chase Johnson taking over. He was the losing pitcher last night to fall to 2-7 on the season. I think Billy Horn's been talking to the umpires too. Ross Peoples was out there. If either one of these teams loses a player right now to an injury because both teams can't afford it, then there is going to be a serious discussion, I have to believe, with the league office. There were a couple of times in that bottom of the 6th inning they could have stopped play. The field is soaked, and it's 16-7. We've been playing almost 3 hours as is. Chase Johnson facing Jose Rosario, who has walked twice and doubled. He has a run scored here tonight and only been retired once in the entire series. And, boy, he's made some pretty plays at second tonight. Fastball from Johnson is high. It is 1 ball and no strikes, and it is still dripping here, but nothing substantial at the moment. Johnson will fire, and he is up, ball 2 and no strikes. Nobody can seem to throw a strike out here right now, and that can be mound conditions. Teams will have the off day on Monday and will resume the series Tuesday. High and inside, 3-0. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's no way Johnson's trying to hit Jose Rosario, but it's almost beginning to seem like there's no footing on the mound and nobody's got any control. Rowe walked 4 and hit a batter in the bottom of the 6th. Johnson now is at 3-0 on Rosario. He finds the range for a called strike. It is 3-1. Top of the 7th inning here. Target set by Tyler Hill, 3-1 pitch, and again it's there. Nothing but fastballs from Johnson right now, 3-2. You just don't want to start walking people again. Field conditions are treacherous. The rain is picking up once more. You saw Seymour sliding around right field on the base hit by Peroni last inning, and now we have a leadoff walk in the 7th.
First baseman Andrew Dunn.
Andrew Dunn will come to the plate. Dunn, the first baseman, he pinch ran for Longy on the ground ball back in the 6th inning when he reached on the error. And now they're going to pull the teams off the field. The leadoff walk proves to be enough. They're pulling the teams at this point. Out goes the tarp. And they are supposed to wait a half an hour. We'll see if play resumes here tonight. It is 16-7 with a runner on, nobody out in the top of the 7th inning. The Barnstormers are leading, and we'll keep the video portion up. You can watch them roll out the barrel, and we'll be back to give you updates as appropriate. Well, as maybe you could ascertain, the game has officially been called off, and the Barnstormers get to 9-2 here in the second half. 16 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors, and 11 left for the Barnstormers. And for Charleston, 7 runs on 6 hits with 2 errors and 4 runners left on base. Cam Gann gets the win. He's 5-6. And the loss goes to Courtney Mack. He is 0-1 on the year. 1 home run, the grand slam by Alfredo Gonzalez, his 3rd home run of the series and his 10th of the season. The Barnstormers drawing 11 walks along the way tonight. This game took 2 hours, 59 minutes, and that was only for 6 innings of baseball. And the crowd here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, 4,434, enjoying baseball, fireworks, and a little water on their Saturday evening. So in the top of the 7th, this one is halted due to rain. The Barnstormers declared the winners, and that is it for baseball here tonight. 3rd game of this series will come up tomorrow. We'll take a quick peek at the rest of the Atlantic League. Gastonia sweeping a doubleheader from Lexington. The first game was actually a suspended game. That was 1-1 in the 7th inning last night, and they were called due to darkness as the lights were not functioning at Caramount Health Park. Gastonia wins the regular game by the score of 5-3. Staten Island leads York 8-4. They are in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Southern Maryland wins again, which means High Point loses again. An 0-10 start to the second half for the Rockers. I wouldn't have deemed that remotely possible. And Andres Briseño getting the save tonight for Southern Maryland. And it looks like Staten Island is going to go on to win as well. They are tied with the Barnstormers still in the second half with matching 9-2 records. Wild Health shuts out the Long Island Ducks, 2nd straight night. The final score there was 3-0. So the Barnstormers will be going at it with the Dirty Birds tomorrow. It'll be a left-hander going for Charleston. That is always a challenge for the Barnstormers. Derek Adams, 3-5, will be getting the start. Eric Manoa, 1-1 on the hill for Lancaster tomorrow afternoon. That is the rubber game of the initial 3-game series against the Dirty Birds. But of course, Charleston will stay in town, and we'll see them for 3 more, Tuesday through Thursday of this coming week, as the Barnstormers will finally wrap up this franchise record 14-game homestand here in the month of July of 2022. The schedule makes up for it. The Barnstormers will have a 15-game road trip spanning the end of August and early in the month of September. Barnstormers winners tonight. That makes the club 9-2 in the second half, 38-39 on the season for this Lancaster Barnstormers club. Join us tomorrow on Blue Ridge 11, as well as the Barnstormers YouTube channel, coming up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Eric and I will be here to bring you the 3rd game of this series. Until then, for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, and all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.